Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us today. I'm Brent Hager, and I'm here with Michael Kocharski for today's doubleheader between Carson-Newman and your USC Aiken Pacers.
Looks like we're ready to get things underway here.
Absolutely, you're going to have Taylor Morgan in the circle for the Pacers.
Leading off is Kristen Topple for Carson-Newman. And our first pitch is underway. Pretty well right on time, and that'll go as a strike.
A nice off-speed pitch by Morgan, and she'll mix it up a lot today with a lot of her fastballs, breaking balls, and she'll hit every single part of the plate and in the zone too. Is win the count. And Topple comes into the game batting .375. She pops that one out of play.
Back towards our way, so we're at 1-2 now.
I'm grateful that we're inside a press box instead of sitting outside like some schools have, and you're dodging foul balls left and right.
Agreed. Don't need to test the reflexes today.
Morgan misses low on that one. 2-2 the count. And she comes into the game with a 2.23 ERA. She's 6-3. Was roughed up in her last start at Claflin, but Claflin's a much improved team. And she gets the strikeout there.
Another good off-speed pitch to get the looking strike three, the old backwards K.
And now batting for Carson-Newman is going to be Sean Jordan, the freshman from Hermitage, Tennessee.
Sean's in center field today and swings at the first pitch, but misses, so we're 0-1.
And Jordan comes in the game batting .237. She's got 9 hits and 38 at-bats.
Morgan's had a couple good starts here. First pitch strikes, and now she's got 0-2 on Jordan.
She lost her last start at home as well, but it was a 1-0 game, and a game that the Pacers clearly could have won. Just had a lot of things going, but couldn't get, the runs across the board. And it was actually a really tight doubleheader because the next game against Mount Olive, USC Aiken only scored 1, but won 1-0.
It's some tight pitching battles that you'll see often when you've got your stars up. There's a liner by Elena Siebert to short, and they put that away. Sarah Timmerman grabs that for the third out of the inning, so no runs, no hits, no errors. Morgan gets through a 1-2-3 inning, top of the first.
And we'll be back with the Pacers coming to bat.
We're back here as the Pacers get through 1-2-3, top of the first, and now they'll come up and get their swings in. Sarah Monti is going to lead things off. Sarah's batting .377 on the year.
And she's been predominantly the number 2 hitter in the lineup, but about a week and a half ago, the coach moved her to the to the leadoff batter, and she's produced really well from that spot. She's one that can lay it down and beat out a bunt, or she can go yard. I mean, there's no way to defend this student athlete at all. She recently became an aunt a couple months ago, first time, and I think the child's first picture was actually in a softball glove.
You gotta love that. Monti's got worked a 2-0 count here, and Sarah's been a student athlete here for a while. Back when I worked here, she was came in and pretty much started as a freshman out in center field too. So
She has started every single game of her career and is on track to be, one of the most dominant players in school history in terms of statistics, whether it's, RBIs, walks, sacrifice hits. She's at the top of every single one of those categories or near the top. And, for games played and games started, she's going to break into the top 10 again this year too. So just a tribute to longevity of her career, staying healthy, and just a dominant student athlete.
really, really good story, and it's what you hope to see out of your student athletes when they come here. So
Absolutely. It's going to bring up Brielle Jungblut, and she's a slapper, and makes an offering and misses on that one. And Jungblut, redshirt last season, came back this year. Hasn't been the best start for her, but she's been playing up and down, but she's moved her in the lineup from the bottom of the lineup towards the top, and she's just finding her groove back again, and really is, a great kid, and has arguably the fastest legs on the team. I mean,
she's batting 286. Started all 17 games she's played in.
she's behind the count 0-2. Just that one right back to the pitcher for the out.
That'll be the first out, and Monty remains at first there. Brings up Samantha Chubb, playing third base today.
And Chubb is coming off a strong performance against Claflin. In the second game of the doubleheader, she hit 2 home runs, tied the school record in that category. Had 5 RBIs, including a grand slam. She's second in school history for home runs in her career with 21.
And she's got 3 of those this year, and as you mentioned, 2 in that one game. So it's always one you'll probably remember.
I believe she's leading the team in batting.
You're correct. 383. There's one hit over to third. Get the fielder's choice, taking the lead runner. Chubb will reach first. That brings 2 down and brings up Hannah Price.
And Price is the and while we weren't not looking, Carson-Newman wasn't looking, and Chubb just took off for second base. And smart move on her part. If the pitcher's not ready and there's no one around, why not go ahead and take an extra base?
Very good, great awareness there. Got herself into scoring position here. First pitch gets the outside corner there.
And Price has been sick the last couple of weeks, just fighting through it, and still one of the more dominant hitters on the team.
So you can judge coming in the cleanup spot here. Looking for some production here in the bottom of the first, although she swings through that one, so it's 0-2. Runner on second with 2 down.
She's not going to chase that one, so it's 1-2 the count.
Yeah. Allie Webster in the circle for Carson-Newman today. Webster is 184 ERA, 4-3 on the year.
And she's a junior from Charlestown, Indiana.
Working that outside corner again there against Price, but she fouls that one away, so we remain 1-2.
Fouls that one back, still 1-2, and Webster comes into the game, and she's wearing a mask where you don't see too many pitchers wearing that, but as we know the story a couple years ago where I believe it was Augustus pitcher was hit with a line drive back in the face and had some difficulties there. And so I understand her wearing the mask.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely beneficial. Safety is the most important thing.
Definitely, and as long as if the players feel comfortable wearing that and doesn't inhibit performance and you feel safer, then I'm all for it.
Yep.
Again, I don't think anybody would argue against that.
No, not at all.
And I know we got a 2-2 count as Price fouls off another offering there. Quite the battle going here.
Fouls that one up into the trees. And the student athletes on the team talk about Price And there's a, I don't, someone, I'll directly quote someone saying, I don't care if she's over last 86, we'll put her in the cleanup hole every single time. She's just that good of a hitter. And she's still getting used to the college pitching, but, she's performed well so far.
Gotta like that faith from your teammates as well, of course. And this battle continues here as yet another foul ball. Price refusing to give in, and to credit Webster's not throwing anything over the heart of the plate or anything either.
No, not at all. And you don't want to give Price anything over the plate.
Hot shot out to right for Price. Right fielder gets underneath that one and puts it away. So Pacers strand a runner, but we remain scoreless heading to the second inning. And we're back here on the campus of USC Aiken for the second inning between Carson-Newman and USC Aiken Pacers.
Coming to the plate right now for the Eagles is Lindsey Dean, a sophomore. First baseman today. She's listed as a pitcher and utility player. Fouls that one back. And she's one of two players from Eastside High School out of Coburn, Virginia, as teammate Aaron Stanley's also from there.
Lindsey Dean comes in batting .308. Batting cleanup for the Eagles today as well. She's one of many players with a couple of home runs on the season for Carson-Newman. But Morgan's handled it well here. Tried to get her to chase on the 0-2 count. Couldn't go, so we're at 1-2. Dean hits a hot shot out to the left, but that one's put away, and there'll be one down now.
Right at Brielle Youngblood. It's almost like the kid out of the Sandlot where he just holds his glove out and they hit it right to him.
Exactly. Yeah, didn't have to move much. Hit hard, but right at him.
Absolutely. Says went away here in the second.
Brings up Tulisa Fiame, batting .405 on the year. Started 12 games for the Eagles.
Morgan's quickly ahead 0-2.
She seems to be in a pretty good groove. Again, first pitch strikes are always a good thing here.
And, Morgan will give credit to, as we watch this little flare into right field, for the out to Lee Bogosian. But when Morgan starts out well, for the past couple of weeks, she's a credit to her new hairstyle, which looks like the kid from Wendy's, but she says something like Kim Kardashian, so I'm not really sure, but she gives credit to the hair.
Oh, there you go. Whatever works for you.
And this is going to bring up Cheyenne Bowles, the freshman out of Knoxville, Tennessee, at a Gibbs High School, which is right down the street from where my parents live.
Cheyenne started 10 games for the Eagles this year. Yeah, so back to the hair thing. That's whatever works for you. Everybody's got their superstitions, but we're hearing from another student athlete here that hair's a big thing. So
I think they just pick on me because they say it's the hair since I don't have any left.
I was gonna say, not a big deal on hairstyles for me, us in the booth here today.
We made a great play by Mr. Monti. Not so good of a throw, but
Got over.
but not a bad effort. That's his first foul ball he's caught all year long. You, you think he would have been able to take it back to the concession stand to get like a Coke or one of those things that they used to do for us growing up, but
Right.
maybe not. So,
This grab, yeah, he stole that from Andrea Daring's dad.
I
So
mean, like father, like daughter. I mean, great hands over there, but he was a pitcher at the Citadel. And you think someone that was a pitcher in college would have a better arm than just being barely able to get over that? We'll definitely have to talk about that after the game. But Morgan misses there, so it's 1-2 the count.
she'll get the swinging strikeout there to end the inning. So another 1-2-3 inning for Morgan. She seems to be on her game, and we'll head to the bottom of the second here. Pacers coming up. We're back here at bottom of the second inning. Megan Thrower is going to lead things off for the Pacers here.
And that's the first time, you being calling the game for the first time this year. During your freshman year, we always introduced as Megan Thrower, and everything was fine. But her mom always said, "Way to go, Megan Jean." So we all started calling her Megan Jean Thrower now.
Ah.
And it's one of those things where she just laughs.
Well, there you go. So
But-
Megan Jean.
And I think she changed everything, like even our social media now, to Megan Jean, because I always called her that. But
Hey, what do you know? You learn something new every day. No, again, I'm glad to follow along.
she works at the 3-0 now. But I was told yesterday, like Chandler Terrapin, who's going to pitch their second game, I'm not allowed to use her middle name Nicole at all today. I said, okay.
Except for that one right there.
Yeah, well, if she doesn't listen to it, it's okay.
That's true. She's busy down there.
And
So
Thrower's taken all the way, so it's 3-1 the count. And she lifts that one into right to second baseman for the out.
kind of cue balled that one off the end of the bat.
It's almost like she didn't want to swing, but it was going to be a strike anyway, so it's going to bring up Andrea Daring.
Now batting, Andrea Daring.
And Daring, the senior out of Thomas Hayward Academy, out of Ridgeland, South Carolina.
Daring behind the plate.
And she's caught just about every single game, I believe, this year. And last spring break is when she got on a tear and hit 5 home runs in 4 games. Hasn't hit one since then, but
Definitely the power potential.
a great kid who yesterday's like brought me donuts just because.
You can't go wrong with that.
You can't complain too much about that.
No. Had someone, there's a new fellow at work where I work out at the site and just brought donuts on Wednesday.
That's like tradition for newcomers, right?
That's right. Couldn't complain, except we couldn't get a lot of people to come by the office, so I think he ate 5 and I ate 3 of the dozen.
You know, but if they're there, you can't let them go to waste.
That's right. Wouldn't be good the next day.
You know, as Daring misses on that one, so it's 2-2 count with one out here in the bottom of the second. We're scoreless today.
Swinging strike there. That'll bring 2 down.
It's going to bring up Lindy Dorgan, who's
Now batting, Lindy Dorgan.
she's been very versatile this year. She's pitched, she's played shortstop, she's played second base, coming as a pinch runner.
At second today. And he's batting .429 on the year. So yeah, and the other thing Aikenites are excited about, there's going to be a Krispy Kreme coming to Aiken sometime soon. So
between Krispy Kreme and Dunkin' Donut, I mean, it has all your donut needs fulfilled, doesn't it?
that's right. So if anybody listening at home would like to bring us donuts, we'll probably stop talking about them then.
Yes. But if we're hungry, we could always go to Fats Cafe later today, you know, which is one of our lovely game day sponsors. And
They are. Fantastic, actually. Ate there Thursday night.
yeah, and just great people over there, tremendous food, and every time I go there, I just get fatter and fatter.
Imagine that for the name.
But
That'll go for the third out there. Another scoreless inning down, and we'll be back with you in the top of the third.
and we're back here in the top of the third inning with Michael Kucharski, and it's going to bring up Katie Pritchett, the sophomore from Ringgold, Georgia.
Pritchett started 11 games this year for the Eagles.
She's listed on the roster as an infielder, but she's catching today.
Another one of those versatile players that you see a lot in softball. Student athletes, good across the board. So I'm going to circle back a little bit. We got cut off before I could tell you what I ate on Thursday night by our in-game sponsor, Fats Cafe. And had the chicken and ribs, the Calabash chicken and ribs, and man, it was delicious. So
Yeah, we film our Coaches Corner over there once a month, and they're the sponsor for the Coaches Corner that's posted every Wednesday and Friday, except for next week on spring break. But, you know, they are so gracious to us every time we go over there. They love when the teams come in. You know, you couldn't ask for better people over there. And they just recently changed their menu as well. And they still have some of the same old favorites. They added some new menu items, and I went about one of everything when I was over there last Monday night.
That's right. And Coach's Corner, another fun feature you guys do on Pacersports.com. So if you get a chance, you're watching the game, and after you're done, feel free to check out some of those videos.
You know, we've had videos every single day on the website between the video introductions, which are done at the start of the year. We have the senior spotlights, the coaches' corners, 3 things you don't know. I mean, there's stuff every single day. We did a cheerleading trailer for their conference championships. That was this morning. They actually finished second in the conference, so not bad at all for that. And I mean, we're doing more and more video stuff every single day, and people love to watch it, so that's why we do it. But as they're still battling over here on the full count, so
That's right.
you just missed a few foul balls if that's what you're watching.
That's right. Pritchett and Morgan are in a battle here. No outs, top of the third. Another payoff pitch, another foul ball.
Seems we've seen a lot of that today from the the pitchers and batters already. Get to the full count and have about another 5 or 6 extra pitches.
But Morgan will win that battle with a strikeout looking.
Now batting, Allie Webster.
And that'll bring up Allie Webster. And we talked briefly earlier as we were looking through the lineups. Allie Webster is the pitcher in the circle for the Eagles today, also batting, so no designated player.
And, recently, Coach Snyder's let Chandler Terrapin, one of our pitchers who will probably pitch game 2, she's batted, but they'll just hit for somebody else. But she's been really well, and Webster can do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Webster's batting .333 on the year, so.
Same as Taylor Morgan.
That's right.
And Morgan, I don't know if you watched her last week or not, but she came in relief, pitched the top of an inning, and came in the bottom half of the inning against Francis Marion and hit a home run for her first career one.
Yeah, you gotta like that. Seeing a kid get that student athlete. Excuse me, I feel old sometimes, and I'll call these student athletes kids. But
I do too. And they just look at me like, what are you calling me? I was like, you're a kid.
That's right.
Now batting,
Morgan
Ashlyn
gets
Cooper.
another strikeout there. So 2 down. We'll bring up Ashlyn Cooper.
And Cooper, a 5'11" freshman out of Friendsville, Tennessee. William Blount High School.
Cooper started 5 games, played in 8 for the Eagles this year.
They're a pretty young team for Carson-Newman, but they do have some experience on there with a few seniors, but a lot of underclassmen. They came in the game at 8-4, but they've traditionally been a power in the South Atlantic Conference.
Nice school up in Johnson City, Tennessee. Not too bad of a trip down here. We're glad to host the Eagles here at USC Aiken. Pitch is low from Morgan that works the count to 3-1. Cooper's ahead. This is one of the first batters Morgan's fallen behind today. Let's see what she can do to work out of it.
And she misses that inside. So first base runner for the day for the Eagles, and instead of Johnson City, we went Jefferson City.
Of course,
Now
Jefferson
batting,
City.
Kristen Topple.
Yeah.
I knew it was a J.
This right close.
Apologies to Carson-Newman fans.
I mean, Tennessee's a beautiful state. My parents live up there, and they're about 25 minutes away from where Carson-Newman is. And every time I go to their house, I pass right by Carson-Newman.
Brings up top of the order, Kristen Topple again. Struck out looking in her first at bat. Again, also with the wrong city. Apologies to geography fans who may be watching the game as well.
When you just said that, you sounded like something out of like the Big Bang Theory with Friends with Flags.
That's right.
We don't talk softball. We also talk food. We talk geography. We try to educate people as much as we can, which we might have to skip the geography from now on. But
That's right. Well, I like to think working in the sports information field, you learn a lot about geography, just from all the different schools that you'll end up working with and seeing play. Of course, I've been somewhat out of the field, more of a fan for the last few years. So, as you can see, my geography is slipping.
and
Great off-speed pitch there by Morgan.
just a bit high, but it's going to run the count 3-2 now with 2 outs here in the top of the third.
Yeah, couldn't get her to chase there. We'll keep the battle going. Payoff pitch is fouled off. Remains a full count with the runner on first.
Another payoff pitch after that one's fouled back.
Got to say also it's a great day for some softball.
It is.
if you're watching here on the broadcast and close enough and you want to come on down, come on out. It's great. Maybe a light jacket, maybe less.
Morgan gets that strikeout to retire the side. And so heading to the bottom of the third, we are still scoreless. And we're back here in the bottom of the third inning with Leah Bogosian leading off. And she takes a strike right down the middle. It's 0-1 the count. And Bogosian has been struggling right as of late, but she's hit the ball right at people. And if she can just put it in play and get to that second bounce, she's going to be on first base. Bogosian behind the count 0-2.
Started 17 of the 18 ball games this year.
After the first week of the season, she was named Peach Belt Conference Freshman of the Week.
Gets that one down. In fair territory and beats out the single. Great work with the bunt there.
And that's what I was just talking about. As soon as she gets it, like the second bounce, it's a hit.
That one died right there in front of the plate, but she was far enough down the line there was not even a throw by the catcher. Impressive play by the from third base there on the attempted bunt. That was Cheyenne Bowles with the great catch.
Now batting, Sarah Monta.
Sarah Timmerman couldn't quite get it down, so one down. And
If the third baseman was playing about 5 feet back, that would have been laid down for perfect execution, sacrifice bunt, but great play by the third baseman.
really nice done by Bowles there. And that's one place I would always I'm always impressed by the student athletes playing third base in softball because they're so close. And
I wouldn't do it.
yeah, brings me back to back when I was working here, and Lindsey Jones, now an assistant coach for USC Aiken over there, coaching first base. She'd get almost up to home plate sometimes playing third.
I don't know how they do it. Their reflexes are so great.
Yeah.
Nice job stolen base there by Bogosian.
Great swipe of the bag, good slide.
She kind of slid past the bag, and so to make sure she wouldn't get tagged, and then dove back on top of it. And really, there's no chance to throw her out anyway. I mean, by the time the catcher started to throw it down, she was 3/4 the way down second base.
Monta's worked a 2-2 count now. Bogosian on second with her speed, big weapon. There's one in the dirt. Count goes full.
I wonder if we'll see another about 7 or 8 foul pitches real quick.
That's right. Monta's up, reached on a walk in the first inning, and there's the first of the foul balls over by the player parking there.
If I continue to be right, I'm going to go pay the South Carolina Education Lottery. You know, again, one of our sponsors today.
That's right.
And, you know, when you play, you don't only take a chance, but you're also giving a chance. As your dad would say, who does the PA at just about every sporting event here at USC Aiken.
That's right. That one's fouled down the left field line.
I mean, just a solid hit, but she pulled it too far. And Carson-Newman does have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen. And Montai walks again.
She'll win that battle and get on base for the second time today.
And with each walk that she gets, she moves up in the top 10 list in career walks. She had 51 coming in today, so she's 53 right now, and I think one behind probably about 5th or 6th place right now. I'm not looking at the stats, but she's up there in walks.
And again, started since she stepped on campus, basically.
Absolutely. It's going to bring up Brielle Jungblut. Takes a called strike right there. And Jungblut has some power, but she's also a slapper, so at this point, if you're Snyder, do you sit there and try to sacrifice split runners on second and third with 2 outs, or what do you do?
Well, now that she's got a 1-1 count, looks like she's still getting ready, but I wouldn't see the harm in trying to lay one down with Chubb and then followed by Price coming up. You got the power of your lineup. We'll see what Jungblut does here.
And also, if she does try to lay one down, she's fast enough so she can still beat it out, so it's not really a sacrifice. She'll still get the, she could beat it out for a hit.
Very true. And took that one low and outside for a ball. 2-1 count here. Pacers looking to take advantage of 2 runners on.
Yes. 3-1 count now, and I'll go ahead and say, I tell her, she comes to my office all the time, just talking, and I've done this just over 10 years. I won't tell you how long I've been doing sports information, but she is by far probably one of my top 3 or 4 favorite kids I've ever been around. Just a great, great kid.
And she draws the walk there. That'll load the bases. Yeah, Brielle worked with her a little bit in basketball, helping you guys out some too. And I'd have to agree with that. So that brings up Samantha Chubb, but before she steps to the plate, there's going to be a timeout taken by Vicky Casey Hollifield to go talk with her pitchers.
And so as we do that, we'll take a break, and we also want to thank Claudia and Sweets for their support with USC Aiken Athletics.
We're back. Here's Samantha Chubb. Takes the first pitch of the ball after that timeout.
And if you're Carson-Newman, you saw what she did the last time she had her bases loaded, which happened in the last game against Claflin, and she went yard, and she fouls that one back. 1-1, and she's one of the deadliest hitters in USC Aiken history. She's one of the top in slugging percentage, one of the tops in home runs. Seemed to be in the top 10 in doubles, despite playing 2.5 years so far. But what do you do if you're Carson-Newman? Do you pitch to her? Do you try to pitch around her, or what?
Well, it's tough with the bases loaded. I think it looks right now like that Allie Webster's trying to not give her anything that she could really square up. So the count's 2-1. But yeah, you got to be careful with. You don't want to walk in the run, and you don't want to do that.
I just said you should not have done that, and she does that. Can we say grand slam for the second game in a row? That'll break the scoreless tie.
Plate 4 there. Great swing on that. That one was pretty much a no-doubter over the left field fence.
And I think you just said we should have pitched around her if you're Carson-Newman.
That's right.
It's better to walk in 1 run than allow 4.
That's
But
right.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, the Pacer fans are excited to see that one, and
And we were just told her dad was down there videoing. But he can also get it on YouTube after this game and just be able to download it directly from there. And so great job by her. And
Now batting.
I joke with Samantha Chubb, who again I say all these kids are great kids. They're tremendous student athletes, but she's a self-proclaimed princess. And I laugh because my niece, who's getting ready to turn 7, always says she wants to grow up and be a princess, and they're like, "There's no such thing." I'm telling her, "Yes, there is," because Samantha Chubb is, a senior who still says she's a princess.
that's right.
But that's going to bring up Hannah Price to the plate, and the 1-0 count, and it's now 2-0.
And Price, another one you don't really, if you're Webster, don't really want to let her line one up either.
No, I mean she's got a couple home runs so far, and she's hit the ball hard despite being sick for the past couple weeks with almost like flu-like symptoms that are going around. More like a head cold where she's having trouble breathing and coughing a lot. But she's still able to play, and Coach told her the other day to take the day off of practice, and she said, "I'm a softball player. I'm not going to miss practice." You just love the tenacity by the kid.
Yeah, great. You can go up and down the lineup and tell great stories about these student athletes here, and that's really the impressive part that you get.
And I'm sure that, I know Adam Cavalier, the SID at Carson-Newman, you could say the same thing over at Carson-Newman too, by those students.
No doubt. There's a hot shot up the middle fielded at second base, but the throw's low and in the dirt, can't be held on to, and good hustle there by Price, beats it out.
Now batting. Megan Jean Thrower.
And that's going to bring up Megan Jean Thrower. But we're going to have a pinch runner for Hannah Price. That's going to be Taylor Allen, I believe. And it will be Allen who comes in to pinch run for Hannah Price on first base. You see that a lot, and it's just our team basically has one person that goes in for a certain player. And Taylor Allen was joking yesterday in the office saying every time she gets on base, she's like, "I have to get ready because I'm going to go, run for the first time she gets on base every game."
There you go.
And Allen's one of several freshmen on the team here at USC Aiken, and she's a utility out of Belvedere, South Carolina, right down the road. Which, being a former worker in the athletic department, Michael, can you tell me what great USC Aiken student athlete is from Belvedere, South Carolina? Okay, put you on the spot here because this person will be in the Hall of Fame in a couple years. It counts 0-2 to Thrower.
By the silence. How about you give me the sport? I might be able to help you
If I
out.
tell you the sport, you'll definitely guess it.
Okay.
It's one in the fall. I'll just leave it at that. And that ball misses, and Allen scampers to second base on the steal. Do we have you stumped over there?
I think you do. It's not Keeley, is it?
It is Keely Gillespie.
There. Okay. I was
Yeah.
trying to remember. Yeah, Keeley, great cross country runner.
And she's, fans, if you're wondering, Keely Gillespie graduated, 2 years ago now?
2 years ago.
This spring, and she will probably be in the Hall of Fame here in a few years. Owns every single school record in cross country, and it's not just the school record, but she owns like the top 4 or 5 times in every single event.
Yeah.
Just outstanding kid who's a nurse now.
Yeah, she's she's a true student athlete. I mean, I remember her being on the all academic teams, all conference every year. I mean, so well deserved to have her, no doubt, be probably maybe a first ballot even Hall of Famer.
She should be, and we always joke when we do baseball games. Her boyfriend was Ty Barkell, who was a 4-year starter at first base, and we joked, and she said that she's a better athlete in the relationship, which is be very close because those two are really talented. As Thrower goes down, looking, it's going to bring back up Andrea Daring.
Now batting. Andrea Daring.
Daring's 0 for 1. She struck out swinging in the second inning.
Two down with Taylor Allen on second here. Daring looking to add to the lead for the Pacers.
I still can't get over that home run. It was like no doubt about it.
I was just going to say that lead came from a heck of a swing there.
And you'd expect nothing less from a student athlete who sits there and says she's not a home run hitter. But she just hits the ball deep. 0-2 count to Daring, 2 outs. She stays back and fouls that one down the line. Probably about a foot foul. Otherwise, she's on first, and Allen's probably scoring on that play.
But instead, we got an 0-2 count. So Daring will try and protect the plate and still see what damage she can add to this inning. Unfouled straight back.
You know, it's a great job by the pitchers to go back and, you know, she gets the grand slam, but does not, you know, cater to the offense at all. And she goes right back after him and is like, you know, I can't do anything about the home run, so I'm going to go after the next batters. And good job by her to get back in the swing of things. As she gets Daring to go down swinging for the third out of the inning.
But the damage has been done off the bat of Samantha Chubb, and Pacers will take a 4-0 lead here as we head to the fourth inning. Bring us back to the top of the fourth inning here. Sean Jordan going to lead things off for the Eagles. First pitch is a ball from Morgan, so Morgan comes back out with a 4-0 lead. Some room to work. That ball popped up right on the fair foul line. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's caught for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, Elena Siebert.
So with one down, Elena Siebert will step in. Siebert lined out to short last time. First pitch swinging, hot shot to second, and that's easily put away for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, Lindsey Dean.
Bring up Lindsey Dean now. Morgan working quickly here with the 4-0 lead.
And you're a lot more confident when you go out there in the circle and have a lead. I would assume I'm not a softball player. I've never been in the circle.
That's
but
right.
As a pitcher, you would assume that.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty good knowing that you got that 4-0 lead. Morgan pitching confidently there. Another nice off-speed pitch. You
Yeah.
know,
In her record may not indicate it, but over her career, but she is one of the more dominant and one of the smartest pitchers in the region. I mean, she's seen it all and gone through a lot, and she's never been faced with a situation that she can't pitch out of.
another strike works it to 2-2. And you're right. You'll see some just dominant, hard-throwing pitchers. Morgan is not that she doesn't have a good fastball or great off-speed pitches, but she's, like you said, really experienced and can work through any situation there.
She's crafty.
There you go.
I haven't used that word all year long.
There you go. Well, I remember a few years back in a tournament and saw Morgan throw a no-hitter.
And she has the capability to be one of the most dominant pitchers in the region, and it's just, she took a loss last week against Mount Olive. She gave up 3 hits and lost 1-0. And when your offense can't produce, she can still get saddled with a loss, but it's not indicative of that she's a bad pitcher at all.
Correct.
And Pacer fans thought they had third strike on that one. And I think that Dean also thought that was the strike too.
I remember another Pacer great, India Cornegay. Great pitcher, but sometimes she got stuck with some losses too, and just those hard-fought 1-0 battles, 2-1 battles that you'll see. Looks like Dean will win that matchup with drawing a walk.
Now batting, Talisha Fayami.
It's the second walk surrendered by Morgan today. That'll bring up Talisa Fiami. It flew out to right field in her first at-bat.
She fouls that one back into the parking lot.
Over towards the tennis courts.
And they're getting back from Flagler. They lost last night, so at least there's not a tennis match going on, where last weekend there was, and people were having to scream, "Watch out!" all the time. She must like the same spot because she fouled it right at the same place. So
That's right. So now we're 0-2. And USC Aiken tennis teams boast a bunch of great student athletes as well.
absolutely, and you can go up and down the list here at USC Aiken, and I'm not just saying that they have, as the fly ball is directed to Montai for the third out of the inning, but USC Aiken has some of the, and I'm sure every single school does too, but you could go off every single team and talk about how great some of these kids are, not just on the field, but just people. And that really bodes well for the people that are getting ready to graduate, so they know that these kids going into the workforce are going to be some solid kids. I say kids, adults at that time.
That's right.
But we're going to take a quick break, going to the bottom of the fourth with the Pacers leading 4-0. And Lindy Dorgan smacks first pitch right back to second base. And that's going to be 1 pitch, 1 out. Very close there. The 4-3 if you're scoring a home.
Close play, and that'll bring up
Now
Leah
batting, Leah Bogosian.
Bogosian.
Bogosian. Thank you.
Yeah. It's a tough name.
Yeah, first.
I mean,
But she started everything in the last inning that led to the 4 runs. So
her hit that went about 6 inches in front of the plate.
that's right.
And this is 5 foot tall, but that's about a tenth of the size of her personality. If you go down and meet this kid afterwards, she's got huge heart, great personality, and I mean, you can't really say much, too much about her. I mean, she's just a fun kid, and being a freshman, you're gonna be dealing with a big personality for the next 3 years. But the 1-1 count, 2-1 the count. If that was a normal sized person, that'd probably been a strike. But at 5 foot tall, she gets away with having that one be called a ball.
There you go.
And Sapper right at third baseman for the 5-3 out.
So that'll bring 2 down, and
The number 9 hitter was Sarah Timmerman.
Now batting, Sarah Timmerman.
Timmerman lined out to third on that
Attempted bunt.
attempted bunt. That was a great play by the third baseman.
She's another one with a lot of speed that if it gets to about the second bounce, she's going to be on first base. There's no way to throw her out.
Which, of course, speaks to even extra speed coming out of that right-handed batter's box. Tried to lay down the bunt there.
And catcher almost called that one.
Just got a little underneath that, so it's an 0-2 count here.
And it's a great job to try to lay down the bunt because the third baseman was back almost even with the bag, which if she was laid it down perfectly, she'd have been able to beat it out. Fouls that one back. Surprise, surprise, 2 strikes, and let's foul some pitches back.
Remains an 0-2 count. Working the pitch count for the Pacers today. Of course, not as taxing as if you're watching a baseball game because this pitching motion a little more natural. And that battle will be won by the pitcher. Allie Webster gets the 3rd strike, and that'll bring us to the end of the 4th inning. Pacers still lead 4-0. We're back here at the top of the 5th inning. Morgan working still with that 4-0 lead. Cheyenne Bowles leading things off for the Eagles this inning.
Bowles struck out swinging to end the 2nd inning.
And Morgan still cruising pretty well with that 4-0 lead. Again, probably pretty confident there.
She'll say it's because of the hair. Chip Herring, who usually is in here in the broadcast with us, talks about it's Pippi Longstocking-esque, but she says it's Kim Kardashian. I think it's like the girl from Wendy's, and he said the girl Wendy. I said pretty much.
I guess so.
Oh my goodness, what a great off-speed pitch there.
Totally froze Bowles there, and
it felt like the bottom just dropped out of it. I mean, it looked like it was going to be really high, and wow.
yeah, not much you can do on that one. And
Pitch it back to the plate. Yeah,
it's the 7th strikeout for Morgan there on the day so far.
and Morgan's been a dominant pitcher when it comes to strikeouts. I mean, averaging just about 10 a game. She knows she's a senior. She'll talk say her arm shorting afterwards, but she knows in about 3 months she's gonna be done playing for her career, so she'll just keep going until she can't pitch anymore.
That's right. And, I mentioned in the last half inning it's a little more natural of a motion than the overhand throw, but still, when you're throwing that many pitches, it still takes its toll. There's a high fly ball. Youngblood under that in left field for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, Allie Webster.
Now the pitcher's trying to help her own cause here with Webster coming to the plate. And she struck out looking in the third.
First pitch fouled back. So I was coming into the parking lot. I noticed your car in one of those first spots, and I thought you were pretty brave.
Well, at least it's a little bit farther back. If I was parking inside the stadium area or between the tennis courts and softball courts, that's when I'd really worry.
That's right. Another one fouled back.
Fans, when you're coming to USC Aiken for a softball game, I'd park in the big parking lot between the softball field and the student center instead of between the softball field and tennis field. Yes, it's closer, or tennis courts is closer, but your car has a really good chance of being hit.
That's right. Another strikeout for Morgan, and that ends another quick 1-2-3 inning for the Pacers. So they'll come up in the bottom of the fifth, still leading 4-0. Back here for the bottom of the fifth inning. Pacers top of the lineup again. Sarah Monti will lead things off. She's walked twice, scored once on that monster swing from Samantha Chubb.
And she was just able to walk home. It wasn't even really fair. She smacks one right back up the middle for a base hit.
She's been on base all 3 times today. Her first official at bat there. Goes for a hit.
And that's
Now
gonna.
batting, Brielle Jungblood.
As I started talking, then the PA person was right next to me, so I figured I'd wait. But it's gonna bring up Brielle Jungblood. And she's 0 for 1 with the walk and the run scored. And the infield is about 20 feet out from where she's standing.
Again, we talked a little bit about this earlier. She will try to lay down the bunt. First one goes foul down the third baseline. But again, first and third base kind of coming in, charging in, and if she were to swing through, you got to have those quick reactions there.
You do, and when I was working at one of the schools I've worked at before, and he'd always have someone square around a bunt, and they'd come charging in, and he'd pull it back and have them slap it right at him, and next time they'd come up to bat, they would stay back at third base, and he'd bunt it. I mean, it's all a mind game. Well placed ball down there, and that's going to be a bunt single, and that's the type of speed we talked about with Jungblood.
Now batting, Samantha Chubb.
And we're going to have a meeting on the mound for Carson-Newman. But as we take a break real quick, we'd like to thank Tyler's Tire and Auto Center for all they do. With Bambi Harmon, the owner over there, former softball player, and Denny McKellar State Farm. If you're looking for insurance around here, if you need some for your students or student athletes, for your kids, family when you're moving to town, Denny McKellar State Farm, that's where you need to go for insurance. And we'll be back in just a moment. And now that meeting's over with, we're going to have Webster facing off against Samantha Chubb. The last time she pitched the ball to her, Chubb hit it about a mile.
That's right. So probably going to be very careful there, as you see with that first pitch in the opposite batter's box.
Which would have hit me because I'm left-handed. But 1-0 the count. Bottom of the 5th inning. Pacers lead 4-0. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. And that one's in the dirt.
So we talked about it last time Chubb was up, and do you walk her? Do you pitch to her? And they pitched to her when she brought home all 4, so maybe this time they're doing the – oh, there was a strike, actually. I was going to say it's the intentional walk type thing.
And that one, just got the outside corner, and, wind's blowing, in a little bit, but, right to left, but Chubb has enough power to hit it a mile. As she takes the ball, 3-1 now. And so if you're Chubb, you're either going to get something really good to hit, or it's going to just be, ball 4. I mean, it's 50-50 shot.
That's right. That one's put in play. That'll go as a fielder's choice. 6-5 if you're scoring at home, so runners will remain on first and second with 1 down.
Now batting, Hannah Price.
That'll bring up Hannah Price. Hannah Price steps up. She reached on an error in her last at bat.
The starter was having a quick meeting with the umpire. Not sure what that was about. And Price is over 2, as you said.
First pitch well outside.
Got Jungblood on second, Chubb on first.
There's a 2-0 count now. 1 down. Pacers looking to add to their 4-0 lead here. Bottom of the 5th.
You have no wind whatsoever at Jade Satcher Field right now. Almost right now you're almost thinking it's an intentional walk to get to thrower who's 0 for 2.
That's right.
I mean, your next 3 batters are 0 for 6 combined today.
And the other one's in the dirt, so that'll load the bases back up.
And the bad thing with the intentional walk like that, you're used to throwing 4 straight balls now. So I mean, can you get back in the mindset and mind frame to throw it back over the plate?
That's right. And we'll see as Megan Jean steps to the plate here.
Yeah. And thrower's 0 for 2, but popped out to second and struck out looking. Takes a strike right down Broadway on that.
Like this umpire's strike call. He's very expressive.
You can hear him in the box, so that's great.
Makes it easy for us to score in here. Easy for you scoring at home too.
And last week we had an umpire that waited probably about 3 or 4 seconds before calling the strike, and it was just so tough.
Ball is short. They come home, get the lead runner, but thrower beats it out there. So another fielder's choice, and that'll bring the second out.
That was 6-2, I believe.
Correct.
Now
6-2.
batting, Andrea Daring.
He's going to bring up senior Andrea Daring.
Daring looking to take advantage of the bases juiced here. Now with 2 down. First pitch is outside. Got it.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Daring's 0 for 2 so far, so she'll be looking to make sure she can try and get some damage done here.
Big swing and a miss for strike 1. And even though the Patriots have a 4-0 lead, I mean, this is a chance for them to break open the game completely, or end it possibly with a grand slam.
That's right.
You know, in softball you have the mercy rule, which is 8 runs after the 5th inning, or any point after that.
And credit Webster here in the circle, not giving in. One almost hits Daring.
Daring does a little cha-cha-cha to get out of the way. Is that what you call it, I think? I'm not too good on these dancing moves.
I think so.
It's like the salsa or something like that. She's trying to get out of the way. Fouled that one back to fill the count, 3-2. If this was baseball, they'd be taking off, but they can't leave their bags or they'd be caught out, so.
Well, and if you want to bone up on your dancing terminology, there's just a couple weeks away from Dancing with the Stars coming back.
A big swing and a miss for the strikeout, and Daring's frustrated at that point because she knows she had a chance to break things open for USC Aiken. So going to the 6th, Pacers lead 4-0. And first pitch swing and a miss from Taylor Morgan to Cooper. And she lost Cooper on a walk last time. Yeah, she pops out when about a mile high. Right to Chubb.
Chubb will come in and take charge there, and it'll be 1
Now
down.
batting, Kristen Topple.
Back to the top of the lineup with Topple. She's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts, one looking, one swinging, and that's about the only way you can do them.
That's right.
But if you're if you're batting, you definitely want to take your hacks at it. Like she just fouled that one hard right out her dugout. 0-1 count.
Morgan's still working with that 4-0 lead. And there's great pitch there, off speed again, and had Topple out in front of that one, so it's an 0-2 count now.
She probably could have swung twice at it.
Like-
I'm not taking away anything from Carson-Newman at all.
No, just great play there by Short to keep it in front, but speed of Topple beats that one out, and that'll go as the first hit
And so
for the Eagles of the day.
your 5 innings of no-hit ball with a couple walks. I mean, she sees it go on an infield hit like that. Great try by Timmerman.
That was just deep in the hole at Short, and you figure the leadoff batter's got some speed, and Topple showed that and got on base.
And Jordan's coming back to the plate.
So the Eagles will try and get to Morgan here. He's got a 1-1 count on Jordan with one down.
It's a difficult part with Morgan. I mean, you know that, yeah, you have the lead, but you have a no-hitter that you could have had if we could have closed it out in the 5th inning. But unable to do so, and they get the hit in the top of the 6th. But I think she's worried about just taking the win. She doesn't care about the – I said she doesn't care. She's more concerned about getting the win than she is getting a perfect game or a no-hitter.
Correct.
It'd be nice, but,
Oh,
yeah, she went around on that one. So
that'll be the 9th strikeout of the game for Morgan.
Elena Siebert.
Brings up Elena Siebert with 2 down. Runner on first.
and I think he called that one a ball.
Correct.
I started to put
The next pitch is hit really high out to right field, but Pacers get under it, and that'll put that away and end the top of the 6th inning. So we remain 4-0 here at J.H. Setcher Field. Back here for the bottom of the 6th inning. Lindy Dorgan leading things off for the Pacers.
She's 0 for 2 in the day and strike out and then ground out to the second baseman.
Takes another ball there. Works the count to 3-0 now.
And if you're Dorgan, I would just take the next pitch too. I mean, it's probably gonna be right down the middle, but I would just see if you can get a walk.
Yeah, get a runner on and see what you can do from there.
And she took one right down the middle. 3-1 now.
Fouls that one off. Brings the count full down the third baseline.
Nice effort by Snyder to kick save it and make it go around the goal. I mean, if you're a soccer goalie, that'd be great.
That's right. Called strike 3 there to the chagrin of Pacer fans.
Nice word of the use of the word chagrin.
That's right. You don't hear that often.
Batting, Leah Bogosian.
I was gonna say more 'cause the Boo Birds are out, and it's a pretty good crowd considering it's spring break here at USC Aiken.
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of students still around. And talked to Cindy Kate Murphy's mother, and Cindy Kate will probably see playing time in the second game, but said that she pretty much drove all night and got here about 3 in the morning last night for the game, and glad that she got in town safely. As Bogosian fouls that one back 0-2. And a lot of the parents do come to the games. A lot of friends are still here in town, but the parents they travel well. It doesn't matter where they are. They are out in full force for USC Aiken, and a good crowd from Carson-Newman today too. They made about the 5-hour trip down here.
Bogosian puts that one in play. Nice play by Webster to get her at first there, especially with the speed of Bogosian.
Now batting, Sarah Timmerman.
And if Bogosian, she'll be able to, in the future, be able to hit it just a few feet to the right or left of the pitcher instead of right back at her. She'll be on base every single time.
That's right. Because she still almost beat that one out.
Exactly.
So Sarah Timmerman comes up, takes the first pitch for a ball.
Timmerman lined out on a bunt and strike out swinging. Fouls that one straight back. 1-1 the count. And Webster hasn't looked bad at all today in the circle. She gave up, one bad pitch, and pitchers have hit the ball hard, but her teammates have done a good job stopping USC Aiken from getting many more runs.
Timmerman fouls that one off, and almost instead of letting it hit her.
It was almost excuse me, and then she just turned like I can't do anything with it and tried to use it like a sword almost.
That's right.
Line shot into left field there. Nice piece of hitting by Timmerman. It's going to bring you back to the top of the order with Sarah Monti.
Now batting, Sarah Monti.
And she's got family listening all the way from Ohio today.
Shout out to them, and she's glad they're listening. She's been on base every time today. Also scored one of those 4 runs.
She's 1-1 with a pair of walks. A run scored. No, she did not. She did not score one of the runs. She was actually out on the fielder's choice.
Oh, almost a great catch by the fan here. Right off the hands, though.
And Mr. Richard missed the ball too. I'm glad Mr. Richard's okay. Last week he took a tumble after one of the games, and we thought he was a little bit of trouble, but he bounced back and ended up with a black eye, but came back early the next day and was good to go.
Glad to see that.
And Mr. Richard, a super fan, he's at every single sporting event that we have. Monti fouls that back, Count remains 1-2. Maybe she's trying to reach it out to her parents.
Webster delivers the 1-2 pitch.
Called that great stop by the third baseman. They ruled a foul. Otherwise, Monty would have been out by about 50 feet.
Great play there on a hard hit ball. But again, just foul.
And time is called. And Monty steps back in, and Webster sees the count, or sees the sign. Right back up the middle, the same place she hit the last one. And Timmerman's going to try to go from first to third. And she's going to be in there safely, and Monty's going to go to second on the throw to third.
So Monty continued as her hot streak today on base every time. That's her second single. Again, back up the middle, and great awareness to advance on the throw. Now you've got runners on second and third with 2 outs.
And Timmerman, as we talked about, has that speed at the bottom of the lineup where she's a slapper. Can hit with a little bit of power, but she's tough to get out. And as soon as the ball was hit, I don't think Coach Snyder waved her around the throw. She just made it her own decision. And as soon as Monty saw that it was going to third base, then she took off for second. So runners on second and third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th.
Youngblood takes the first pitch for a ball and the second pitch for a ball. Pacers looking to add to their substantial lead here.
Youngblood's went for 2 on the day. Oh, and you were right about Monty. She did score. I was looking at her last time when she was out in the fielder's choice. And my apologies. She did have the run scored. I was looking at the stats, and I was like, so Monty does have the run scored, just like Youngblood.
That's right.
Error on the SID.
That's all right.
Great play by the pitcher.
Webster just beats Youngblood with the throw over to first, so no damage done there by the Pacers. However, they remain ahead 4-0 as we head to the top of the 7th.
Morgan misses just a bit outside for ball 1 here in the top of the 7th. She's throwing to Dean.
Morgan looking to shut things down here and keep it going like she has all day with the 0 on the board, and there's a strike called.
Nobody at the inside of the corner.
Next pitch fouled back over our heads, so it makes the count 1-2 for Morgan. Zudine watches a close pitch, but just low in the dirt. 2-2. Another foul. 2 strikes, so it's fouled back.
Right on top of where we're sitting. Glad this is built really well.
That's right.
The swing and the miss, but the drop by Daring. So so thrower could get the put out over there. So KS 2-3 was going at home.
And I believe that's the 10th strikeout today.
Now batting, Talisha Fiami.
You are correct. Another double-digit strikeout performance by Morgan, and she's had a solid year.
Yeah. And a great showing thus far today. Throwing those zeros up on the board.
Against a really tough Carson-Newman team. I mean, predominantly they're one of the top 5 or 6 teams usually in the region.
Coming in at 8-4, that's no slouch either.
No, not at all. And they lost a lot of talent off of last year's team, but their coach has been there for a while, and just she doesn't have to recruit new classes; she just replaces the talent with other talent.
That's right. Morgan's worked a 1-2 count here to Fiami.
We'll give you $20 if you can put your hands like this and separate your index or your ring fingers.
Fouls that one over towards the home dugout. Morgan ready, delivers another 1-2 pitch.
And she thought she had strike 3 on that one.
So did many of the Pacer faithful here at Satcher Field.
Can I use the chagrin word again? Just like you did?
That's right. To the chagrin of the Pacer faithful. But this one's put in play off the glove over there at third base of Samantha Chubb and rolls into left field. So
Now batting, Cheyenne Bowles.
So there'll be a single through the left side, really. I mean, it goes off of Chubb's glove and off of Timmerman, tries to dive for it and misses.
not much you can do there. And bring another, only the 4th runner on base today. 2 of those surrendered by hits by Morgan. But again, that kind of shows you that placement overpowers sometimes. Seen a lot of hard hit balls right at players today, and that one kind of a little squirter just right through the left side.
Right. Morgan misses high. 2-0 the count. And she doesn't need to worry about the runner on first. She just needs to worry about the batter, and you're up 4-0.
Great pitch inside there.
It's like a screwball she's throwing on back on the right-handed batters.
2-1 count now. Cheyenne Bowles puts that one in play. Chubb gets a hold of that one and throws out the runner at first. That'll be 2 down.
Now batting, Katie Pritchett.
Really nice throw by Chubb to dive and get herself dirty and make the throw over there. I didn't think she didn't have the time to at first.
Definitely a good play there.
So the Eagles down to their last out. And that's going to be foul down the line.
A long strike. Katie Pritchett looking to keep the Eagles alive here. Morgan looking to send them to the dugouts and get ready for the second game of the doubleheader.
Which will be approximately 30 minutes after the end of the first game. And we'll keep the video stream going the whole time. So when you see people getting back on there throwing pitches, come back and join us.
That's right.
But first we need to get through this game. As Morgan bounces that one to the plate. If it's bowling, it goes right down the middle.
That's
But
right.
And the swing and the miss for a strikeout and ball game.
That'll go. A great win for the Pacers now. That'll bring them to 14-5 on the year. Drop Carson-Newman to 8-5. Another win for Taylor Morgan. 11 strikeouts, a shutout. And, of course, 4 runs supplied off the bat of Samantha Chubb. So a great game for her as well. And the Pacers will take this one, and we'll be back here in about 30 minutes with the second game of our doubleheader between Carson-Newman and USC Aiken. Thanks for watching here on the Pacers Sports Network.
And we are back here for game 2 with Carson-Newman against USC Aiken, where the Pacers won the first game 4-0 on the back of Samantha Chubb's grand slam. In the circle for the Pacers is Chandler Terrapin, who misses with ball 1. She's facing Kristen Topple. Terrapin fires a strike right in there, swing and a miss. Terrapin comes in the game with a 1.75 ERA. She's 4-2 on the season. She started 7 games this year. This is her 8th start. 44 innings. Understood batting 213 off of her. Not that much of a strikeout pitcher. She has 39 on the year. She's more of a put the ball into play and let my fielders take advantage of it and do what they do best, as that is foul down there for a 1-2 count. So 1 balls and 2 strikes to Topple as Chandler Nicole Terrapin comes to steps back in the circle. Terrapin walks that one off and gets a sign from Lily Schoaf, who's catching now for the Pacers instead of Andrea Daring. She throws the off-speed pitch in there for a ball. So 2-2 the count. And we want to thank Mike Kaczarski, who was here with us the first game. He had a dip out, has a newborn child, and so he's back with the family. So I'll be here by myself today until we get someone else to come help me. But Terrapin gets the called strike. So quickly one's away for the Eagles. And Talisha Fiame is coming to the plate. The left fielder. She came into the series with the 405 average. Dipped just slightly in the last game, but still a potent hitter as Terrapin finds the outside corner for strike 1. Terrapin in the windup, delivers the pitch. Right back to her. And Terrapin just lobs over to Magazine Thrower for the out. So quickly 2 away for the Eagles as Siebert comes to the plate.
Now batting, Elena Siebert.
Elena Siebert came into the series batting .500. Slugging .789. And she's playing second base for the Eagles. Terrapin misses low. And following Siebert would be Bowles, Dean, Pritchard, Jordan, Ryan, Brown the DH, and Kranz will be in the circle for the Eagles. Terrapin delivers the ball. 2-0 the count. Hit sharply at the second baseman. And that's going to be a single, though. Good effort by Leduc. So it's going to put Siebert on base with 2 outs, and Bowles stepping to the plate. Bowles is playing third base this game for the Eagles. Terrapin misses low. Ball 1. It's 2-0 the count. Terrapin gets the sign. Delivers. Foul ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 away here in the top of the first inning. And if you're wondering, the Pacers across the way at Roberto Hernandez Stadium are winning 10-1 over Georgia Southwestern after the Hurricanes took the first game of the series last night 8-5. They're going to play 2 games over there, so they're going to wrap this one up in the next hour. And Terrapin misses on that one and hits her. So it's going to put runners on first and second.
Now batting, Lindsey Dean.
So that's going to bring up Lindsey Dean, the first baseman. She's batting the number 5 spot. Terrapin finds a strike on the outside corner. And this is the biggest threat that the Eagles have had all day long after Taylor Morgan really dealt a significant, just an outstanding game in the first one. Shut him out, allowed just 2 hits and 2 walks, and a dominating performance. Stop her right back up to the second base, but Juliana Duke throws it over to thrower for the final out of the inning. So going to the bottom of the first, we are scoreless. And we're back here in the bottom of the first inning with Sarah Monti leading off for the Pacers. And it's called strike on the outside corner for Danielle Kranz. Comes in the game with a 5.48 ERA. She's 0-1 on this season. It's her 5th appearance, 3rd time she started a game. And she misses low, ball 1. She's thrown just 7 innings and Poacher batting .313 off of her. Struck out 9 and only walked 5. Given up 10 hits, 4 of which have been for extra bases. Misses low, ball 2. Skip that one in there. 2-1 the count. Misses inside, 3-1 the count. Kranz gets the sign. Monti smashes one right back in the middle. Great job by the shortstop to throw it over to first for the out.
Now batting, Julianne Ledoux.
So now batting is Juliana Duke. She's taking over at second base. So call strike. She smashes one in the center field. Great job by the center fielder to get a hold of that one, track that down for the out. That's going to bring up Samantha Chubb, who had 4 RBIs in the last game off that grand slam. In the last 2 games, she's hit 3 homers. Takes the strike right down the middle for make the count 0-1. Chubb on the season has 4 home runs. He's a team with 23 RBIs. Came in the series batting .383. As for time, as she adjusts herself in the batter's box. Crans bounces that one up to the plate. 2-1. Wind's blowing slightly left to right. A sunny afternoon here. It was cloudy a little bit earlier, but sun has broken through the clouds. As you can see, a lot of people putting on their sunglasses and donning their hats. Crans misses inside 3-1 the count. If you're Crans, you go ahead and you try to pitch carefully to her. You just don't want to give her anything to hit. And Danielle Crans, a sophomore from Fairfield, California. Slow roller up the middle of second base. And they caught her out on that one. That was a bang-bang play. But Pacers go quietly. 3 up and 3 down. Heading the second inning, we are scoreless. And we're back. I should say I'm back since there's no one else here on the broadcast with me, but back here in the top of the second inning with Pritchett, the catcher, stepping to the batter's box, and Terrapin gets a sign. There was a pitch high for ball 1. And score is tied. The Eagles had a hit in the first inning. Stranded a couple of batters, a couple of runners after Terrapin hit a batter, but she was able to shut him down, and so it's 1-1 count to the catcher. Terrapin misses there for ball 2. Sharpie hit into left field for the single. Second hit of the day for the Eagles. It's going to bring up Sean Jordan, the center fielder, who made a solid catch in the outfield. Terrapin fires a strike right down the middle. Terrapin misses high. 1-1 count. Just misses inside for ball 2. And here's the pitch. Missing low again. 3-1. Sharply hit, but foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch hits foul. We will have another one. Count remains 3-2. Terrapin throws another one and it fouls it off. Count remains 3-2. So the 3-2 count, the payoff pitch, here it comes. High and foul. We will have another one momentarily. As you said in the first game, there's a pretty good crowd still of USC Aiken students that are still around. Is that one's going to be hit foul down the line? And here's the other payoff pitch. And she loses her, ball 4.
Now batting, Donna Ryan.
It's going to bring up number 2, Donna Ryan, a freshman from Orlando, Florida, Dr. Phillips High School. Same high school as one of USC Aiken's volleyball standouts, All-American Ashley Diedrich. She tries to lay down the bunt. Misses for a strike. And the 0-1 pitch. Fires in it for a strike 2. Eagles have runners on first and second with nobody out here in the top of the second inning. Just misses there for ball 1. One to the count, nobody out. Terrapin gets the sign. And here's the pitch. Misses low again. 2-2 the count to number 2, Ryan. She smacks that one down the left field line. It's curling foul. Count remains at 2-2. There's another 2-2 pitch on the way. Fouls that one back. We're going to have another one. I think it might have tagged a car back there with the way that the crowd is reacting. Thankfully, it was not mine. And it's going to foul off another one. A hard hit ball to left field, right at Brielle Jungblatt, who gets it, fires it in, but he's going to hold the runner at third base. So the bases are full of Eagles. So they have 3 hits now.
Now batting, Delaney Brown.
It's going to bring up the number 9 hitter, number 18, Delaney Brown, freshman from Knoxville, Tennessee, Christian Academy of Knoxville. Strike 1. Fouls that one back. 0-2 count. She misses that one. So a ball and a run's going to score. And the called third strike.
Now batting, Kristen Topple.
So 1 down. With Topple coming back to the plate, she struck out looking in her first at bat to lead off the game. She laces one deep into left field, and Jungblatt's not going to get to that one as it's a 3-run home run.
Now batting, Talisha Fiame.
So Pacers are showing 4-0 here with only 1 out in the second inning. Terrapin misses low for ball 1. Strike 1, so it's 1-1 the count. So 2-1 the count. And the dribbler to second base, Leduc fires it over to first for the out.
Now batting, Elena Siebert.
It's going to bring up senior Elena Siebert out of Carnes High School in Knoxville. And Terrapin misses outside for ball one. Tuck swing for strike one. Shove can't handle that one, but it's just outside for ball two. 2-1 count here with 2 outs in the top of the second as the Eagles scored 4 runs, 3 of them coming off a 3-run homer by Topple. Hard hit line drive right underneath the glove.
Now batting, Cheyenne Boyles.
And the fly ball into right field because he's underneath it for the final out of the inning. So going to the bottom second, Pacers trail 4-0. And Kranz delivers to Hannah Price, and therefore a strike one. Misses in there for 1-1 count. She boosts one up to second base for the easy out. And coming to the plate is Megan Jean Thrower.
Now batting, Megan Jean Thrower.
Thrower hovering around the 300 average for the season. She takes ball one outside. 2-0. Chopper up the middle, right to the second baseman for the out. So quickly 2 away here in the second inning.
Now batting, Lily Show.
Misses in there for ball 1. Down low, 2-0. Shof is being careful at her first at bat. And 3-0 the count. Yes, ball 4. It's going to bring up the pitcher, Chandler Terrapin.
Now batting, Chandler Terrapin.
Terrapin, who will not let me use her middle name, Nicole, which she told me yesterday, which was probably a mistake.
Should I use it this time? Next time?
But 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Pacers trail 4-0. Runner on first. Terrapin with a big swing and a miss. As fake the throw down to first, and Shof tripped over on feet but got back safely. Strike on the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Oh. Sorry. 0-2 count after the strike. Missing high outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. The breaking ball just missed. 2s across the board as USC Aiken Chancellor Dr. Jordan just made an appearance here. Taking in some softball over spring break. Couldn't ask for anything better. Except for maybe the Pacers can get back in this game and take a lead. And misses inside. Full count now, 3-2. Full count, full house, not Fuller House. And here's the pitch. Fouls that one back. Count remains 3-2. Terrapin smashes one deep in the left field gap. Oh, and it's right about 3 feet away from the wall. So Pacers threatened but unable to break onto the scoreboard. So heading to the third, it is still 4-0. back here in the top of the third inning. Pacers trailing 4-0 after a 4-run second inning to the Eagles. Dean is going to be leading off for the visitors. She grounded out to second base to end the first inning. She looks at ball one. Terrapin still in the circle for the Pacers. Hard hit line drive down the left field line, foul for strike one. Really the only defensive changes for the Pacers in this game. You got Julian LeDuc playing second base, Lily Shove catching, and Terrapin in the circle. Other than that, everything in the outfield is the same for USC Aiken. Timmerman is over at shortstop as Terrapin misses for ball two. 2-1 the count. She misses outside 3-1. Three-one pitch. She misses low. Ball four. That's going to bring up the catcher, Pritchett.
Now batting, Katie Pritchett.
She singled and scored in the last inning. Terrapin missing the strike zone completely. Ball one. It's like she's trying to overthrow it, and she just can't hit her target at all right now. Sharply hit in the left field for a single.
Now batting, Sean Jordan.
It'll be their fifth hit of the game. It's going to bring up Sean Jordan. She walked in her first at bat of the game. Center fielder. And we're going to have time as Coach Snyder walks over to talk to the home plate umpires. So we'll be back in just a moment. And we're back here in the top of the third inning as Jordan lays down the sacrifice bunt. Chubb throws it over to LeDuc for the out.
Now
So there's
batting, Donna Ryan.
one out with runners on second and third, and Lindy Dorgan comes into the game to replace Terrapin, who gave up 4 runs in 2 innings. Dorgan, this is her third appearance on the season. She's 2-0, pitched to 6 innings, and her punisher batting 208 on her. She has 6 strikeouts so far, no walks, thrown 1 complete game shutout. She misses there for ball 1. Dorgan's a bit of a different type pitcher. She's more of a finesse, hit the corners type pitcher, not powerful like Terrapin or Morgan. And even Hannah Price, she's probably the slowest of the 4 pitchers on the staff, but she brings a unique look to batters. The 1-0 pitch to Ryan. Sharply hit into the dugout, makes him scatter, do a little dance. Wins across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The off-speed pitch. Misses inside. Two balls, 1 strike. Went away here in the third. Pacers trailing 4-0. Another off-speed pitch. Misses. 3-1. Fouls that one back. 3 balls, 2 strikes. These two teams split series last year. Hard hit ball. And she's going to be safe either way.
Now batting, Delaney Brown.
Brown hits one to the fence. Right to Montai, who fires the ball into third, and it's cut off by Timmerman, and probably should not have been, as each runner moved up a base.
Now batting, Kristen Topple.
So Pacers trail 5-0 now. As it goes to the top of the order. And Montai, who probably has one of the best arms in the country. Timmerman, not sure what she's thinking. It was almost right to her, but it would have one-hopped and gone right to Chubb at third base, and they probably could have gotten the lead runner out, but she cut it off, and Pacers were able to turn 2 on that. And each runner moved up 60 feet. But Topple takes the ball inside. Dorgan hits the outside corner for a 1-1 count. High fly ball into left field. Jung butts underneath it, and it's the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the Eagles tack on another run. Going to the bottom of the 3rd, Pacers trail 5-0. back here in the bottom of the third inning. Pacers trail 5-0, but looking to get on the board as Brielle Jungblut takes the ball. So 8-9-1 coming to the plate for the Pacers in this frame. Hopefully more, but at least those three. Sapper right back up the middle to the first baseman, 1-3 if you're scoring at home for the out.
Now batting, Sarah Timmerman.
That's going to bring up Sarah Timmerman to the plate. She misses low, ball 1. Timmerman fouls that one back, 1-1. One ball, one strike went out here in the bottom of the third. And she misses on that one, 2-1 the count. Liner right at the third baseman for the easy out. So with 2 down, that's going to bring up senior Sarah Monti.
Now
She grounded the
batting,
shortstop in her
Sarah
first at bat. As we talked about in game 1, she walked her way up into 5th place on the career walks list, tied with Brigitte Quimpo, who was here from 1998 to 01 with 53. And she takes ball 1. She's 2 away from 4th place with Whitney Clary. The 1-0 pitch misses 2-0. Sticking all the way, 2-1 now. With 2 outs here in the third. The 2s across the board now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Monti takes ball 3, full count. She hits a high pop fly and short right field for the out. So heading to the 4th, Pacers still looking to get on board, but they trail 5-0. Stepping to the plate for the Eagles here in the fourth inning is Talisha Fiame. She's 0 for 2 so far. Ground to the pitcher and then ground to second base. Dorgan throws a strike right in there. 0-1 the count. Dorgan does something good just a little bit early. 1-1. The chopper into Chubb. She fields it, fires it over to first for the out.
Now batting, Elena Siebert.
Now batting Elena Siebert. First pitch offering, pops it up into shortstop. Timmerman ranges over, catches the ball for the out.
Now batting, Cheyenne Bowles.
It's going to bring up Bowles. She was hit by a pitch in the first and flew out tonight to right field in the second. First pitch offering. It's going to be Timmerman again. So quickly 3 up and 3 down here in the fourth inning. Pacers looking to cut into the deficit. Trail 5-0 going in the bottom of the fourth. We're back here in the bottom of the fourth inning with Juliana Duke swinging at the first pitch and fouling it off. Pacers looking to get their first hit. The only person to get on base is Lily Schoaf, who walked in the second inning. A lot of hard hit balls, and that basket ended up right at the Eagles players. As the Duke takes ball 1. 1-1 the count here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and this is as good a time as any to get things going if you're USC Aiken. Takes that one. Ball 2. 2-1 the count. Takes a strike right down the middle. 2-2. Chops that one foul. Count remains 2-2. Fouls that one back. Still 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. So Lou Duke goes down. That's going to bring up Samantha Chubb, who's 0 for 1 in this game. Hero of game 1 with the grand slam.
Now batting, Samantha Chubb.
Chops that one foul. 0-1 the count. Smacks that one just right out the second baseman for the out. About 2 inches higher, and she's going to be on second base. But great job by the second baseman to snag that. That's going to bring up Hannah Price with 2 down here in the 4th inning. She looks at a called strike. No balls, 1 strike here to Hannah Price. 1-1 the count. Off speed pitch, and she grounds it right to the shortstop for the easy out. So 3 up and 3 down for the Pacers here in the 4th inning. Going to the 5th, USC Aiken still trails 5-0. First pitch offering to Dean, and that's a home run. So Pacers now trail 6-0 here in the top of the 5th.
Now batting, Katie Pritchett.
An ominous start to the inning for the Pacers. That's going to bring up Pritchett. She's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a run scored. So swing and a miss. The hard hit fly ball, and that's going to be out of here too. So make it 7-0. So back-to-back home runs for the Eagles. And about one time through the order, and Dorgan is starting to get anyone out there going to warm up Taylor Morgan.
Now batting, Sean Jordan.
He's going to bring up Sean Jordan. 0 for 1 with the walk and a run scored. And actually, we're going to call time while Coach Schneider comes out and talks to the umpire. And we'll be back in just a moment. And Taylor Morgan is the new pitcher for USC Aiken. She pitched in the first game, complete game shutout, allowed 2 hits, both singles and a couple of walks. But she's in to face Sean Jordan is 1-1 count here in the top of the 5th. And along with Taylor Morgan, you also get Andrea Daring back behind the plate. So 2-1 the count. And 3 balls and 1 strike now. And foul ball, so make it 3-2. And she misses on that one, so ball 4. And it's going to bring up Ryan.
Donna Ryan.
And Donna Ryan singled and reached on an error in the third. Morgan fires a strike in there. 0-1 the count. She offered that one 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. And she gets the strikeout on that one. She foul tipped it, but Daring caught it for the out. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for Brown. It's going to be number 13, Madison Floyd. She fouls that one back, and great effort on the part of Chubb, but she's unable to get it. Oh, 2 pitch. Just pissed. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. If you're just joining us, USC Aiken dominated the first game, won 4-0, but trails here in the second 7-0. As Morgan comes back in, and she is on fire.
Now batting, Kristen Topple.
But Kristen Topple will come to the plate. She launched a 3-run home run in her last at bat. Oh, and 1 the count. Morgan misses high on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Misses low. 2-1. Just a bit inside. Morgan misses 3-1. And she misses on that one. Ball 4.
Now batting, Talisha Fiame.
That's going to bring up Fiame. 0 for 3 in the game. And Morgan will quit paying attention to the runners on first and second and just focus on the batter. And just all she needs is 1 out to get out of the inning. She misses there. And 1 another count. Fouls that one back. Strike 1. And the offering fouled that one back, and thrower makes the play on that one to end the inning. So going to the bottom of the 5th, Pacers trail 7-0. And back here in the bottom of the fifth inning with thrower taking ball one. Megan Jean 0 for 1 in the game. Pacers still looking for their first hit of the contest. Similar fashion to what Carson-Newman was in the first game of the doubleheader. It wasn't until the fifth inning when they broke free with the hit. Actually, it was the sixth inning when Carson-Newman got the hit in the first game. As Crayons misses, and they're 3-0 the count. Thrower taken all the way. 3 balls and 1 strike now. 5, 6, 7 up for USC Aiken in this inning. Thrower smashes one right up the middle for the first base hit of the game for the Pacers. Nice piece of hitting by Thrower. And with Darren coming to the plate, we're going to have a pinch runner for Thrower. And you can have Samantha Pika running for Thrower. So Daring stepping up to the plate, the first at bat of the game. She was hitless in the first one, struck out a couple times. And she looks at called strike on the outside corner there. And swings in a miss there. And 0-2 count. And misses inside for ball 1. One two pitch, right at the second baseman. The 4-6-3 double play. So with 2 away, it's going to bring up Taylor Morgan.
Now batting, Taylor Morgan.
And Morgan forced to. She's forced to bat again after coming back in, where Terrapin sing for herself. So with 2 away here in the 5th inning, Morgan swings at the first pitch, launches one deep into right center field, and it's going to be into the gap for a double. So nice piece of hitting by Morgan, who last 2 at bats, home run and a double.
Now batting, Brielle Jungbutt.
And she was mentioning between games how she wanted to hit more, and she keeps it up like that, she will be hitting a lot more for the Pacers. And she'll run for herself. And the infield's playing deep with Jungbutt. And she first pitch swinging right to the third baseman for the final out of the inning. So the Pacers threaten but can't get anything going in the 5th inning. So heading to 6, USC Aiken still trails 7-0. Siebert at the plate for Carson-Newman. And that one just a bit inside. Siebert's going to take first base.
Now batting, Cheyenne Bowles.
My thing is, I was a pitcher. If I was gonna hit someone, hit them hard.
So Bowles is coming to the plate with runner on first base and nobody out here in the 6th inning. Gonna try a sacrifice. Morgan gets over to it, fires a throw to Leduc over at first, so you got the 1-4 sacrifice.
Now batting, Lynn
So just
Dean.
1 out here in the top of the 6th, but the runner on second base. You have Dean at the plate, and she smashed a home run in her last at bat. It's 1-0 count with 1 away. And Dean launches another one in the foul territory, but Jungblatt's underneath it for the out and fires back in the infield to hold the runner at second base.
Now batting, Katie Pritchett.
So it's going to bring up Katie Pritchett.
We'll see. Even though they're winning, they both won anyways.
Morgan fires a strike right in there. So 0-1 the count with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Fouled that one back. 0-2. So 0-2 pitch, all speed. It misses. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. She misses there. 2-2 the count. She strikes her out there, so Eagles threaten, but can't score. So going to the bottom of the 6th, Pacers looking to go on the board, trail 7-0. And Sarah Timmerman is coming back to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Pacers. She's 0 for 1, lined out to the third base in her first at bat, and then she's behind the count 0 and 1. Timmerman pops one right in the middle of nowhere. She's going to beat that out very safely for a quick hit. So, way to start things off for Timmerman and the Pacers. You have a speedster on first with Montai up to the plate, and
Now batting, Sarah Monta.
usually Sarah Montai would be looking to sacrifice herself right here for the better of the team, but trailing 7-0, she's probably going to try to be hitting away. Or watching the ball go by her for ball 1. Tops that one fell for 1-1. You see a large contingent of USC Aiken student athletes that are still in the area between soccer and basketball and volleyball. A lot of people stuck around for a couple days over spring break while we have home baseball, softball right now, and home golf tournament on Monday, Tuesday, which will be video streamed, and you can catch the links on pacersports.com. Becoming the first school to video stream the golf tournament. Live stats and live video will be available. But Montai looks at the ball 2, evens the count at 2-2. Baseball's in the second game of the series against Georgia Southwestern right now. Pacers win the first game rather handily. And Montai lines that one to second base, and hard hit ball, but right at the second baseman.
Now batting, Julianne Leduc.
That's going to bring up Leduc. Leduc swings and misses that one. Misses there. Win the count. One ball, one strike with one out here with runner on first in the bottom of the 6th. Leduc fouls that one back. She's 0 for 2 in the game. Flew out to center fielder, who made a solid catch in the outfield of the first inning, and struck out looking back in the 4th. But Pacers getting ready for a road trip to Flagler this week. Definitely need to get some runs across the board here to get some momentum going into the conference play. Leduc takes the ball inside, 2-2 the count. Swing and a miss for strike 3 there. So 2 outs with
Now batting,
Chubb coming to the plate.
Samantha Chubb.
Chubb coming to the plate, and she's 0 for 2 this game. Takes the ball outside, 1 the count. In the baseball game across campus right now, USC Aiken's leading Georgia Southwestern 2-1 going to the top of the 2nd. So fouls out to the first baseman to end the inning. So going to the top of the 7th inning, Pacers trail 7-0. Jordan steps in for the Eagles as Morgan misses with 2 straight balls. And gets the call in the outside corner for strike 1. Foul ball, 2-2 the count. Fouls that one back. Count remains 2-2. Misses there. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Morgan strikes her out for the first out of the 7th inning.
Now batting, Donna Ryan.
And that one's fired in there for strike 1. Pop that one up, and nice hustle by Daring to get to that for the second out.
Now batting, Madison Floyd.
Misses there. 1-0 count. Yes, to Floyd. But she fouls that one back. It's 2-1 the count. Misses there. 3-1. The Pacers looking to get out of this inning and go to the bottom 7th and see if they can make some magic happen. As she fouls that one back to make the count full. The off-speed pitch gets her looking, going. So nice job by Morgan to come in and shut down the side. Going to the bottom of the 7th. Pacers looking for at least 7 runs to make it go to the 8th inning, but they trail 7-0. And we're back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pacers looking for a big inning to get back in here and extend the game or to win it in their last at bat. But Price takes a strike right down the middle. Nice off-speed pitch by Kranz. Price lifts one deep into center field, but right at the center fielder for the first out. That's going to bring up Thrower. And she singled in her last at bat.
Now batting, Megan Jean Thrower.
But we'll stay until 6 a.m. watching this Madden sketch out to you now.
Thrower looks at ball one. Sharpie hit, but right at the shortstop for the 6-3 out if you're swinging at home. So Pacers down to their final out of the game with Daring coming to the plate. Daring looking to get on for the first time today.
Now batting, Andrea Daring.
She looks at strike one on the off-speed pitch. She looks at ball one. 1-1 the count here in the 7th inning. 2 away for the Pacers. Short dribbler back up to shortstop for the final out of the game. So 3 up and 3 down for the Pacers. They lose this game 7-0. They will be back in action Wednesday at Flagler. So they'll be in conference action Wednesday, and we will be back here Friday against Lenore Ryan. 3 and 5 o'clock, we'll have live stats, live video streaming, audio, everything you can look for. For links to Flagler, go to patriosports.com. We will have everything, live video, live streaming, everything they have available down there we will have on patriosports.com. So just go there, and we will see you on Friday.